roll out of here on a cold day in Santa Rosa. Man, this town sucks. I don't know if we'll ever get out of here. We don't want to smash anybody. We've got the perennial yard sale. What's going on, everybody? Sorry, I can't see the screen right. I got so much going on right now, I can't even focus. I got Amazon people running all over. It's a crazy ass crowded hood. My Monday has been a great day today. I have to say, today has been, I was kind of dreading today because I had so much crap I had to do, but at the end of the day, everything came good. Everything I had to work on today went really, really well. So welcome in, everybody. welcome into a new month. The fundraiser is officially over. Thank you very much, everybody that was a part of it. We're now back to regular programming. You will see links for buying on Amazon if you're doing holiday shopping. If you use the link, it helps out the channel. Doesn't cost anymore. Nobody sees what you're buying. It's just a straight small commission, a couple pennies for using the link in US, Canada, or welcome in. I can't see the screen right now. It's too bright. Get my coffee. Say hi to everybody. Happy December. Oh, hard to believe December is here. And it has been cold. You know, like, oh man, people in California, if it's below 60 degrees, they're like suffering. Yeah, the people are dropping like flies around here. 55 degrees. Yeah, which means it's going to be in the 30s tonight. Yeah, they're dropping like flies here. We're like hot house orchids. Hot house orchids. So I will say hi to everybody in a couple minutes. Just bear with me. It's very bright. The sun is dipping low. Of course, we're 20 days away from the shortest day of the year. Ye old winter solstice. And then, thank goodness, the days start to get longer again. Culminating and peaking in my birthday, June 21st. Cause I'll see you in September or lose you to another chump. I don't want to smash into anybody cause the sun is right in my eyes. All right, let's give an initial hello. We got Amanda Hug and Kiss here. Jim Rockford, how you doing? Ronnie, Angus Kisses, nice to see you. Contact Corporal Sandy, hello. Nice to see you. Jamie. All right, we got Cindy here. How you doing, Cindy? Nice to see you. Let me get my coffee. We'll be underway. Tonight is the first day. I've got my surveyor's jacket for tonight. Somebody's like, every December you go through the same shit, this cold weather. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. I do. We're not calling here tonight. I don't know why that damn thing is still up there. Convenience store for years. I'm glad your recovery's gone well. Class. He's always a bright light in an otherwise great day. He's always a downer, a Debbie Downer. All right, here we go. This person's selling like candy bars or what the hell they're doing. I don't even know if it's a girl. I don't know if it's a girl or a guy. We're nudging out. This is like a trip on the T-Bone Express right here. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Put that seatbelt on. Seeing refrigerators on the sidewalk. It does my heart good. We're finally getting our changing of the colors here. Oh man, that thing keeps sliding down there. Ah, son of a bitch. There we go, boy. Oompa Loompa. Let's see. Yeah, thank you very much, John. Thank you for being a part of it. Lord knows you donated enough. Thank you very much. Yeah, those bus toilets aren't going to clean themselves, bro. Boy. Yeah, so today was a win. Today was a triple win day today. Triple win. Triple win. I think we're going to head out to Sebastopol tonight and see what's going on, if they got Christmas set up, because Monday's a really lousy day during the season to do anything. And 'tis the season to be, what's going on, doctor? How you doing? The season to be jolly. It is going to be extremely cold tonight. Got almost that full cold moon here. Oh, brother. So let me just get situated here. I'll say hi to everybody. Yeah, I had a most excellent day. I had 3 major problems going into today, and they've all been solved. Yeah, 55 degrees. Yeah, that's it's almost a catastrophe. At 3:30 in the afternoon to be at 55 degrees. It does not bode well for tonight. You better wrap those pipes, baby. Wrap those pipes. What's going on, Naomi? 2 days till your birthday. The birthday girl. The birthday girl. Yeah, it's terrible here, Cindy. But we stick it out. We're not going to give in to the greedy corporate PG&F fatten their wallets. Got to get your Kelly chat. That's it. Well, as I said, it was a great day today. I had some real problems coming into today. So I'm kind of glad some problems can't be solved that aren't in that. Like Santa Rosa just sucked. I'm getting tired of this. Town, 180,000, 200,000 deadbeats around town here. Tired of being packed in like a sardine. Yeah, the fundraiser was a raging success. Yeah, the power company here always has a super Merry Christmas. The average kilowatt hour here is like 50 cents, where it's 12.5 cents for the rest of the country. So yeah, I would say that with the biggest geographical service area of any power company in America, yeah, every year is they want to, yeah, I would, Cindy, I would. Every year is a treat for PG&F. Yeah, I've been seriously considering moving on to like Vegas or something. I don't know. Vegas or maybe LA. I'm just getting tired of this place. Of course, I say that, but it just continues. I thought people were leaving, and it just gets more crowded and more crowded and more crowded. Now, Southern Energy. I'm not going to start my own utility. At my age, are you kidding? Start your own utility. It must be crazy. Yeah, AI is, data centers like crazy. I'm not so sure. It was a very turbulent day in the markets today. My phone's blowing up, messages and stuff. What's going on with Bitcoin? Another recollapse and all this stuff. And then silver almost $60 an ounce today. Yeah, it's a turbulent world, ladies and gentlemen. It's a turbulent world, and a lot of these high-end jobs are going to be very difficult to replace because of AI. I was down in Culver City around Columbia Picture Studio and the old Culver City Studios, which is now Amazon Studios down there. And yeah, it's a lot of people are very nervous down there in the industry. Very nervous because of, especially actors, actresses, voiceover artists. Yeah, I don't want to be that far outside of Vegas. I don't know if I want to be that far outside, because the one thing here has got a beautiful climate in summertime, fall, and spring. Winters are a little sucky, but you can't beat. You cannot beat here the not having to worry about air conditioning in the summertime, and that's really nice. That marine layer comes in, and oh yeah, your power bill's like $60 a month or something like it. So there's definitely savings here from that. Let's see, that's diamonds, hot time. Yeah, it just never really cools off that much in the Central Valley, which is very tough. I like it when the marine layer comes in off of the Pacific here. It is really nice. Welcome in, everybody. The main thing today was, I was very concerned. I was away, and I got a couple calls from the storage place that Blackbird had popped into and I saw Blackbird last night, popped into the storage place, and it was like, it was almost like all the stuff disappeared over there. And he's like, yeah, well, I saw it looked like that somebody drilled out a lock, so there were a lot of shavings on the floor of the storage. It's an internal storage place. Now, I picked it because it's really like the Cadillac of storage. It's climate controlled. It has like eyes in the sky everywhere. Everything's being recorded all the time. So I thought, people would be a fool to try to break in and steal and all that kind of stuff. secretly want to live in Alaska. No, I don't think so. I lived in Hawaii for 9 months. I don't think I would venture into Alaska. Hello, mystery. Uh, and obviously, if your stuff is in there, it's frustrating, right? You got a lot of tools, there's a lot of junk, but there's a lot of tools and stuff like that. Uh, and yeah, it could been a problem, right? So I went over today and they're like, well, I guess we should have called you, but we finally figured it out. And I said, I figured it out too, because the day you came over to show me the unit, the one you picked out for me, we went up to it and you said, oh, that's strange because somebody has their lock on that unit. Isn't that weird? And you turned around and started looking around and you're like, well, what about this unit over here? And she picked a totally different unit, and we ended up putting a lock on it and moving the stuff into that particular unit. But she did not update when she went back to the office that day. She did not update that, how you doing, Alan Gentry? She did not update that entry into the computer. So she's like, yeah, it's the unit. It's the right one. So the lock is still on it and all that. So I feel pretty good. So I got that updated today. That's a real load off of my mind with that. I'm doing good today. I'm doing really good, Mystery. Thank you. So I'm happy that that's up. I don't want anybody to lose anything. There's so many people that rip people off these days. There's so much theft. No, he was actually surprisingly calm because I told him, I said, look, dude, there's no chance. Number one, he's like, I looked in the unit, it was empty. I said, well, it's got to be the wrong unit then, because who's going to take a mattress? If you're a professional thief, people pay you to take mattresses away and things. And 5 bags of clothes that aren't laundered, and an old chair and a planter box, and broken ceramic tiles, and it's just, no, man, it's not going to happen. They don't take it all. They just cherry pick, grab the tools, and go. And I said, the fact that was empty tells me that, yeah, they're in the wrong unit. They're in the wrong unit. So she went over. I said, yeah, it would have been nice if you called me down in Vegas. You called me to kind of complain that you wanted me to come in the office. And I told you I'm down here doing a fundraiser and stuff. And you could have just called and left a message, said we solved the problem or whatever. So how you doing, Kelly? Yeah, well, he'll probably downsize it. He can get a much smaller unit over there, very costly. He's good at packing stuff up to the roof, or it'll be fine. So that was a real tremendous relief for me, because he didn't have his phone. He's supposed to get his phone tomorrow, and my phone went tits up. So we had all kinds of problems. I thought, man, if I had to prove what's in there, because I took photos of it and all kinds of stuff, but the phone blew up. Well, yeah, I mean, people are always going to put a higher value on their tools. Now, they were DeWalt and some other tools, but I don't want to be that person that says, hey, your stuff isn't valuable. I want to be that person that says, hey, I solved the problem. Okay, I got it covered. We're all squared away and we're all good to go here. Which is exactly what it is. I mean, it was their fault because that chick didn't go back to the office and she didn't update on the computer that, I changed the unit from the one that I set up out here. And then when Blackbird comes in, they're like, we don't know what to tell you, right? And, get the hell out of here, right? You're not the person that has the unit, but they worked with them and everything. So that's good. No, it's he never blew up about it or anything like that, because I had a high degree of confidence that we had a clerical error here. He said, I got to go start looking around swap meets and running around to Oakland and all these places to see if the stuff shows up for sale down there. I said, there's no chance, man. You know, we're not talking about pulling gold bars and silver bars out of here. We're talking about, you know, big cases for the back of trucks and all that kind of stuff. So I feel good about that today. Please hit the thumbs up button, because nobody deserves to have their stuff ripped off. And felt like I was kind of under a cloud till I got back to town and got that straightened out. What's going on, Stoney? How you doing? Yeah, so it was good. So I told him pop back down tonight if you want. Or last night I told him I'll update the situation. So it'll be good news to report in tonight. Get a chance to catch up and visit with the cats last night. So yeah, everything was cool. I don't want anybody to have their stuff ripped off. Okay, and this town is everybody's. 3/4 of the people are thieves around here. I'm telling you, thieves. I want her to be clean down. Then no. It's got no transportation to be able to do that. And some of the stuff, like the thing that goes on the back of the truck, the tool case, I mean, it's loaded. That thing's probably about 700 pounds. Right? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been, hey, Corky, I didn't look inside. I just knew that, I said, is the roundy locks on it? She said, yeah, the locks on that unit. So I knew right down in there that everything is all good to go. Blackbird's like, no, but I saw a piece of wire on the floor outside of the unit, and it looked like the wire that I was stripping and whatever. I said, whatever, dude. He's probably just laying on the floor. Yeah, I mean, everything was placed in very carefully there, Corky. Warm spell. There's a warm spell here where it's been 48. There ain't no warm spell here, hon. Ain't no warm. This is witch's tit weather right here. Yeah, it all worked out. I got to be honest, NH. I mean, there's no interest on my part in any of the material that's stored in there. The interest on my part was making sure that I was a proper custodian. So, yes, it's still live. It's been untouched. And they've never had a break-in over there. Their security's too high. There's too many security cameras around. It's a real big. It's not no mom and pop operation. It's a big corporate setup. So they have all kinds of security cameras that automatically record when the light comes on. When you're not in the unit, the lights click off in the building. When you go inside, the lights in the recording start to begin. So, well, thank you, Ms. Tree. I try to be thoughtful about stuff. Because I've been seriously thinking about selling and moving on to new venues, big changes in my life personally coming up possibly in the next year or so. It might be nice to have like a change of venue or something like that. Although I do appreciate being around here. I wouldn't be adverse. Life is well, I don't make judgments about cluster F. People would look at my life and say it's been a cluster F too. I mean, to be honest with you, and it's probably going to be more cluster F-y in 2026. I don't know. If you do move, taking and being close to family, yeah, I'm never going to be them. I would be closer if I was in LA or I was in Vegas. I would be automatically 200 miles, 0 to 200 miles closer than I am today. Yeah. No, I don't know if I'd be Ponji. I think I would be a renter. I see the trends. I see the trend of what's going on. I see vacancies like crazy down in LA now when I'm walking around Culver City doing content over there, which is a very desirable kind of yuppie, bohemian, people got money, they're all associated, they work in Sony, entertainment or whatever. I don't rent stores. I can rent sounds like, yeah, I would just uh, I'm just thinking about it. I've talked about it for years. Nobody's life has been all smooth. So I don't cast. I've had a crazy life. I've done some crazy shit. I might do some crazy shit coming up. I'm just saying, life ain't no pleasure cruise. It's got its ups and downs. Many people on my channel through the years have followed my ups and downs. I have followed their ups and downs over the year, and that's what's made it such a great channel, because we know a lot about each other's what's going on in people's lives and all that. So Blackbird's the kind of person who will always land upright on his feet. He gets along well with people, and it was just time for it to end and to move on, and it's pretty much worked out. So, and then I don't have to look for it. Yeah, I'm at this. That's it. I like the idea. Yeah, that's a great idea too. That's a great idea too. I've seriously considered some of that too, because there's some stuff that's getting old. I mean, some of my recliners and stuff they've had it. They're 13 years old and worn out. How you doing, Kitty? Nice to see you. And I've sold all this stuff and yeah, Corky, I'm such a shitty friend. Corky's like a real friend. Would have sold all that stuff, converted it into silver, and silver's closing in on $60 an ounce, unbelievably. Here it's really making tracks and catching up with gold. But yeah, so that all worked out. Plus today I was able to get the Bay Area toll, that transponder that they give you, that you stick on the windshield or whatever, that pays the toll. They were all screwed up over there. I got that straightened out. They were ready to send my account to collection over $8.90. I'm like, what? Right, you're going to put that to collections for $8.90. I said, there's two accounts there. Why couldn't you have taken it from one account and put it to the other? I just get this silence. And of course the answer is we generate fees and charges and penalties. We can't just do the logical thing, toasting bagels. Yeah, I'll take a bagel. And then I was able to move my Monday appointment for the 8th to tomorrow to get my next allergy shot. And boy, am I going to remember to take my allergy pill tomorrow, because the reactions have been fierce on these full on huge, blowing in a ton of that joy juice and stuff. Yeah, it's been pretty doggone wild. So it was a good day. It was called a triple header today. So I got everything squared away that I needed to square away today. A girl in December would have open belly and a crop top on, and it's 53 degrees or whatever. I'm the kids. Yeah, I hope everybody's doing well. I don't know how much snow you had. Angus kisses. I know that was a thing. It looked like the weather was lousy through the Midwest and all that. So, yeah, I'm happy it all worked out. The coffee's nice and warm. So yeah, we're going to be heading out to Sebastopol. I tried to find if there was something cool to do tonight, but Mondays are just lousy nights for trying to find some type of Christmassy activity to do. What's up, Corporal? How you doing? So it's a tough night to do that, so I'm just gonna just take it easy tonight. But I've been thinking about thinking about joining the rental classes or whatever. I don't know. Uh, it bears a lot of thoughts. My parents are in Vegas. They seen the Wizard. Oh, that's real nice. Seeing the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, it's like $400 tickets or something. I don't know. The rodeo is coming. The rodeo will be starting up towards the end of this week. All the cowboys and the belt buckle bunnies will be coming into town for that. So it's kind of an upscale crowd. It's Amanda Hug and Kiss approved crowd that has a little bit of money. They'll be in there. So I think the plan is to go down on Sunday, hang out, do just a short deal on Sunday, and then Monday do a mega stream. Have you considered Pahrump? I went to Pahrump. I'm going to be honest with you, Cobra John. I never saw a more boring city in my life. I'm going to be honest with you. I would be dead within 8 months living in Pahrump. I mean, we went out to see what's his name's Art Bell's house and KNYE radio station and all that. Yeah, Pahrump is just, there's nothing going on. My friends Mary Ellen and Sam, they haven't lived there for that long. She's from back in Maryland and everything. It did not take them long. It did not take them long to figure out how to get into the flow of stuff that's going on in Vegas. Close to LA and cheap living there. Yeah, I've driven to Pahrump from Las Vegas. It's an hour. How you doing, Icy? It's an hour. It's a no-go to me. I would rather be in like the Dragon Motel for $600 a month and not be sweating it out in Pahrump. A lot of weirdos, and I'm not sure about weirdos in Pahrump, and I'm just saying we went through. Mr. Z and I went through. We ate at the Nugget. We looked around what town there is. There's videos from real estate agents telling people, hey, some people come up here and they think the living is like Vegas here. Oh, we're getting a sweet deal. We're getting a cheap deal in Vegas. And then it's like, well, there's nothing to do. Right. I'm an action person. I need to be where shit is going on and coming down in a major way. I'm not one of these people that sit out in the country and paint the sunset and all that. What's going on, Tara? How you doing, babe? Living the shine. 11, you can do a lot more. Yeah. That's a good idea. So, hey, Alex, how are you? Happy December 1st. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. Nice to see you. Yeah, that's a doable. I probably just, if I did that, I would just rent it furnished or whatever, because the furniture's it's decent, but it's not. You're not going to cry if anybody, if a dog takes a dump on something, big deal. But you are going to have deadbeats that come in, and they're going to kick in walls and smash glass and just be slobs. You got to be aware. And these people really know how to game the system and stuff. I enjoy Tucson in January and February. Yeah, that's a nice place to be, Tucson. Los Algodones. You have Yuma, which is a great place. Yuma has a lot of snowbirds go down there. You can fix 90% of what people do exactly. I wouldn't try to landlord. I'd just turn it over to an agent and that. Yeah, Yuma is a pretty nice city. What's going on, Judith? How are you? I enjoyed Yuma. You have Arizona, California, Mexico, and the Native American reservation all come together right there at a point in that city. It's very interesting. It's easy to just walk over to Los Algodones and right. Yeah, Yuma's okay, but again, I want to be where there's more activity going on. Yeah, watch out for the people that run with big lettuce. So I need to be where more stuff is available in very close proximity. LA's nice because it's so different in different parts of. They have the prepackaged salad market corner. Well, you go down to El Centro. You talk about a depleted city. That's where all the winter, like 3/4 of the winter vegetables come out of that area. But it is depleted down there. It is depleted. See, I like to be around a lot of activity. I'm really a people person, as you guys know. I love human contact. I love to be, like I said, my ideal thing would be to have a commune on the Rancho. That would be my ideal thing. Community kitchen, just good time with Salton Sea. I want one. Salton Sea. The smell would drive me crazy off that. If you've ever been to a Salt Lake City, the stink of a very briny alkaline thing is amazing. Hey, how you doing, Judy? You and your beautiful daughter enjoy your birthday dinner. Yeah, well, thank you. It was really a once a year treat. You should be able to find not enough for me. Yeah, the cult leader and all that. I don't think it's 95,000 people in Yuma. I can drive from one end of that city to the other in like 5 minutes. I mean, it's not. Maybe you're thinking about Tucson. I don't know. I just don't see Yuma as having that big of a population. It was a very transient population. There's not a lot of people around in summertime because it's really hot. Really hot down there. Really hot. Right, it's a desert now. Heat doesn't really bother me. Incredibly warm in the winter even, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. I'm not sure, John Branford. 95,000 seems really, really, seems like a town about the size of Sebastopol. Maybe 12,000 people or something. I don't know. Yeah, well, Salt Lake's very neat. It's very laid out, but it's got a surprisingly hardcore of real tweakers and meth heads and addicts there on West Temple, which would shock you. This can be a call. No group. Yeah, we don't have any group think. It just doesn't seem. Yeah, happy birthday, Icy. It just doesn't seem like 95,000 people to me. But I don't know. Maybe it's popular because you can just walk right across the border, and you're right in Los Algodones. You have medical services that are good, that are half the price of the U.S. And a lot of these doctors are dual licensed in the U.S. and Mexico. These dentists, so. You have husband-wife teams. One practices on one side of the border, the other on the other. What are you doing with all the Kool-Aid? Yeah. Yeah, 204,000. I can see that. Yeah. Yeah, because a lot of snowbirds like to go down to Yuma. They have a nice restaurant scene, but it's like a blue hair place. And then you have the biker gangs also going. There's a hell of a lot of bikers in there. They shut down Fortuna Pond. And it's just a lot of bikers rolled. I was staying overnight there at some hotel, and just all night long they were just bikes were just blasting up and down the main road there. So. No, but I don't think it's big enough for me. I need to be. I would want to have big city stuff available. Yeah, so I like that idea of just getting that split system put into the Shine Shack and maybe just renting out the rest of the renting out the house. Palm Springs is the best place in the winter. There's a lot of nice places. Palm Springs can be chilly but it's nice when the sun's shining. Doesn't matter how cold it is in the morning. As soon as that sun starts to hit, immediately you're working your way up to the mid to upper 60s to low 70s, which is nice as long as you're not having like a foggy day. I really liked La Junta, Colorado. It's a small town. Yeah, I think I've heard of that before. Some people like Silver City in Arizona. Yeah, Palm Springs has good food choices too. And it's very competitive food choices in Palm Springs too. In other words, you can save some money by getting early birds. There's shitloads of early bird specials. The the hell, the casinos there, the biggest Native American casino or whatever is down there, right in Palm Springs. So there's a lot of options. Yeah, and unmentionable second is Cathedral City. I'm not really cut out for Barstow, Baker, Cathedral City, Victorville, San Bernardino. Yeah, yeah. It's too scruffy up there. Too scruffy. Yeah, thank you very much, Ronnie. I've taken down all of the links for the fundraiser. So yeah, thank you very much, everybody. We ended at like $13,123 plus checks. So thank you to all of you. It's officially back on Super Chats and Super Thanks for me. If you want to support me through the month of December, that is wonderful. There's going to be a lot of good content coming up. There's also links that are going to appear if you want to shop through Amazon. It earns a small commission. Always think Rosie when you're buying on Amazon. Just use my gateway link in the US, Canada, or United Kingdom. Christmas parade. It's a lot of fun. I like the scene there. The pools and all that stuff. It's just a great place to hang out. I'm not really sure the nightlife in Palm Springs. Hopefully it's not no, there's no fee at all on that, Judith. 100% of every dollar raised goes to whatever charity. YouTube, Google takes nothing out of that. I wouldn't even do it if that was the case. Yeah, thank you. I'm proud of you too. Thank you for participating. No, I wouldn't do it if it was I'm not paying to enrich Google anymore with their $10 billion quarterly profits or whatever. The hell with that. No. The other alternative would be to set up a GoFundMe, but that's so this is so much simpler, and I've got 3 years of experience running it now. I never really liked anything in New Mexico. I only went along I-8 at the real southern border there. Just every place was selling fireworks and all that shit. So, a lot of people live in Albuquerque. There's Santa Fe, New Mexico. Some people really like it there. Really like it there. It just depends. Different people. Like a lot of people, it's like John Brentford said, a lot of people when they get older, they want peace and quiet. They don't want a lot of activity around them and stuff. I'm quite the opposite. I'm really quite the opposite. I like a lot of shit going on all the time. How you doing, Aquarius? I like a lot of action around me. I think it definitely helps keep you young. Yeah, Walter White. Heisenberg. What do you want? It's your meeting, Heisenberg. What do you want? Oh, man, it's a shame Tuco wasn't around longer in that show. Oh, man. Sandra has no monopoly on. I'm not saying it's a monopoly on freaks. I'm just saying it's, you look at young people up here. Where do they all go on the weekend? Where do they all go to? They go down to Petaluma. They don't live here. I mean, they don't party here. There's a little bit on 4th Street, but the club scene sucks here. Not that I'm a club person, but I'm just saying that yeah, Taos, New Mexico was nice. Yeah, that had its moment, didn't it? Didn't it, Corky? That became like a spiritual mecca or something. Taos, New Mexico. Around me during the day, but at night, no. Yeah, Taos, New Mexico. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Both excellent access to 7. Look, it's nice here. I don't ever take people up to the really, really fancy ass up on the hills here. Multi-million-dollar homes. They're all rebuilt after the fire of 2017. But it's okay. I mean, but the school system here in the city is horrendous. You would think that being in the middle of all these people making decent money in arguably probably one of the 12 wealthiest counties in the United States, you would think that the schools would be good, but they've run different programs they've run agendas instead of reading, writing, and arithmetic. So these students get all culturally infused, but it's almost like, well, they'll say, don't worry about the math or whatever. And the taxi driver would leave his car in Mexico. Yeah, well, I had done some research before time, Kitty, where all Acapulco was literally destroyed in one day, wiped out in one day. There were 2 places I wanted to go. One was called the La Garita Market, which I went to because that was the scene where all hell broke loose, and there was like a gun battle that raged for, I don't know, an hour or 2 on the streets. People were shot left and right and killed. It was terrible. I visited it, the market, but the day after that shooting, when that made, the crabbing it'll be soon, I hope. The day after that shooting, the reservations, hotel reservations, airline reservations collapsed. Because remember, when I was growing up, you would have Wide World of Sports with the Acapulco cliff divers down there, and all the wealthy people would go down to Acapulco for vacations from Hollywood and all these places. It's a beautiful place on the bay there and all that. It's a beautiful place. But once the cartels came in, and I told you I went up to the graveyard and I walked around the Acapulco graveyard, and it seemed like the average age of the recently interred was like 18 to 25 years old or something. One after another, and I'm like, this is a lot of young kids that got wiped out with gang and cartel shit. Yeah, Mexico's nice. Don't buy the bullshit about it. Acapulco was a level 4 highest State Department warning. Do not travel to Acapulco. So finally one day I said, you know what? There's this place called La Renacimiento up there. And that was the place that's considered the most dangerous square mile in the world. So, of course, I told the taxi driver, this is where I want to go up to. And he's like, oh, Cab TV's translating. This guy says you shouldn't really go up to that. You shouldn't ought to go up to that area. And Kev's like, if you go up there, I'm not getting out of the car. And the taxi driver, we get up there. And the taxi driver is like, you looking like you do, and and out there on the streets there, and yeah, right, and no, I'm gonna wait. I'm not getting out of the taxi, and I can't even guarantee you that I will be here when you come back. I thought, okay, I went out and I recorded it and I walked around. It was very, very uncomfortable. It was almost like you were just waiting for this shit to come down there. They've had some gangs start to invade Cabo a bit too. Make a decent living driving truck, yeah. So I was glad I got that content. If you've not seen my, just trying to keep the guys away was a major issue. But if you've not seen that series on the Mexico trip to Mexico City, Acapulco, check it out. Yeah, I like to go where danger. I do. I enjoy that. I get a rush out of being around. Because I think to myself, yeah, how am I going to handle myself in this situation? What's going on, Shimei? I like that. I like that challenge of thinking on your feet. Please hit the thumbs up button if you're just coming in. Let's make sure we're charging here, which of course, we are. Yeah, trucking's not going well. I don't know. A lot of stuff's not going well right now. My phone was blowing up with people about Bitcoin and silver. Is it too late to buy silver? It looks like we're going to hit $60 an ounce this week. And I said, you should be more concerned about the story behind what's driving these moves, right? There's no way that there's no way that some inflation can't come ripping through the system here when you have $5.50 a pound copper. Yeah, the infinite growth paradigm. I'm not so sure, Judith. The call on resources around the world. It's like the United States is losing trading control over these commodities. They're becoming more global now. It's like Corky said, we used to be able to control through the commodity COMEX on the floor in New York City, the COMEX trading pit. We used to be able to just depress futures on silver ad infinitum. Now, it's much harder for New York interest and Washington interest to control pricing. It seems like it's much more global and much more worldwide now. So I will say this about Bitcoin, because I don't, we got Johnny in Mass. He comes in. He's a nice person. He's big into Bitcoin. I don't know. I've used this example before. Let's take they say there's like at the end when all the Bitcoin mining is done, there'll be like what? How many Bitcoins, Corky? 5 million or something like that. And then it's a closed thing. There'll be no more Bitcoin that is mined through these big computer centers and stuff like that. But the problem is, what is the value of a Bitcoin? To me, I see it as the same, and I've said it before. When you think about coin collectors, and you think about something like the 1909 SVD, San Francisco minted Victor D. Brenner, the artist, initials on the back of the wheat stalks on the back of the weedy penny at the bottom there. They only made 500,000. They only stamped out 500,000 of them. You might think 500,000's a lot. That ain't shit when it comes to penny production. There's a there. There's a reason why that penny, for people that are serious collectors, they need to have that penny. It's the key coin of the set, and it costs a lot of money. You're never going to get it cheap, and it's very counterfeited. There's a reality there of it. it's underpinned by years of psychology and market support. If you look at Bitcoin, Bitcoin is literally really only worth what the next marginal person is willing to pay for it. And right now, it seems like we're in a pretty severe downtrend going on here. We're going to probably be testing the $80,000 level again, which is $46,000 off of the peak. There's been a run on penny. I don't even get pennies and change anymore. They're already rounding up and down on that, which I don't really care. But what can I say about Bitcoin? What I've said before, the psychology is gone. The psychology of Bitcoin, all of that rocket fuel that powered that rise is gone. Meaning nobody talks about Bitcoin anymore. Banks are starting to pull away from investment houses. Vanguard said we're never going to offer digital currency mutual funds or things like that. We're never getting involved in that stuff. Glue together using vending machines, exactly. So you can good night mystery. So you can see some people starting to pull away now from the Bitcoin thing, because you need to have a certain amount of stability in value. And people think to themselves, shit, if something can drop from 126,000 to 80,000, then it can drop from 80,000 to 40,000. Right? And who's going to step in on the downside and buy? You know, there's no real assurance of it. It's not like a share of stock where you actually have a theoretical part of the book value of that company that you own in theory. There's something there. There's something tangible. Right? You own a share of Coca-Cola. You have a call on the book value. Yeah, it's 100% emotion. And I tell you, Dr. Frankenstein, when the emotion goes out of it, the interest goes out of it. It's like you talk to people today, you mentioned Bitcoin. They're like, oh, is that still a thing? They're like, oh, yeah, that was hot a couple years ago or whatever. And it's like, no, that psychology has to hold it up. Yeah, virtual snake. I don't know. I mean, Jamie Dimon was the one who was always, you know, I was the guy poo-pooing it when it was 38,000. That shit went up to 126,000. And I backed way off and I said, well, shit, I was dead wrong. But you got to remember, there's no liquidity in it. It's just a bunch of big players. And if one big player starts to make a move, like today, it dropped $6,000 in a day. I mean, what the hell? Right? In other words, it moves. It's like dropping concrete blocks. It's painful. Oh, I don't know. I see some very expensive. It's coin collecting is like anything else. Baseball cards. There'll always be a market for the very best, the very most desirable, the biggest rarities. There'll always be a market. The crypto coins look good. It's deceptive. Look like. Well, it's all part of it. But remember, every time they brought out another crypto coin, Ethereum, some of the other ones that came out, it drew attention. It watered down the interest in Bitcoin. In other words, if there was only one digital currency, Bitcoin, it had all the attention. And then XRP and Ethereum came along, and all of a sudden, you start to draw investor interest in that. And the Doge, coin collecting, classic cars, collectibles. Doge and all the, but it's like anything. What are you going to do when your kid gets a house dumped on them, John? Ryan, he's like, I'm looking forward to the day when I get mom and dad's house. It's worth $800,000, and then, well, don't forget, sonny boy, that tax bill will be coming along too. and jerking coffee at Starbucks, you're going to have a hell of a time making that property tax payment and keeping up with the maintenance and the $25,000 new roof. Let me tell you, housing once again turns into a liability, a perceived liability, and not an asset. And that's the problem we have coming up now, is the shifting focus on that type of thing, especially since immigration has basically been shut off. You might be able to, that 58 Impala. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice, John? Oh, that 58 Impala with the Continental kit on the back. Ooh. I don't know why people rave about the 55 and 57. I mean, when you look at that 58, that's got it going on. I mean, that is a real beast, that baby. 1 year Impala, that's it is going to be expensive regardless. Well, it's always expensive, but it wasn't expensive in times when deflationary, when bubbles pop. You will own nothing and like it because they're making it too expensive. So I disagree that real estate will always be expensive, because you have a shrinking pool of people that can afford it. And when less people can afford it, the price goes down on average for that. Now, when you have the 50, the 50-year mortgage, exactly. Like having to pay up, random would be screwed. So that's going on Bitcoin. Is totally the boiler room of psychology the boiler has gone out. There's just no, how do you recapture that gigantic wave of enthusiasm that came about 2 years ago and peaked? You can't. It takes years. It's like the silver market, 1979, 1980, Corky, silver and gold. It literally took, what, 40 years to crawl out of that over, that high publicity move. Back then, when everybody was lined up at the coin shops with candlesticks and all this melting, you couldn't even talk about silver 5 years later. I mean, gold, nobody wanted to hear it. It was dead. It takes a long time to build up the psychology of a market. And once that boiler goes out, that's it. You can't relight that shit. People have moved on to the next thing. The people that bought the hype are now the people that are underwater in that type of investment, hoping that the price reverses and goes up so they have a chance to get it out. They'll be all right until I'm going to have to, worry about it. I never said you should do any such thing. I'm saying if you look at the demographics, you look at the trend of the average job remuneration coming up. Remember, the government underwrites a lot of the income right now by taking money from the federal government, giving it to the states matching that up. They're pouring that into programs like Medicaid and Medicare. They're just getting fat and happy off of that money rolling into there. Now, I still think the biggest thing is interest rates are going to go up dramatically from here. All right. I'm still thinking about, doubling from here up to 7-8% on the interest rate front, because of the, interest rates were popping today for no explicable reason. And it could be that the tariff thing decision's coming down and somebody caught wind of it. I don't know. But if you're going to give everybody a $2,000 tariff check, and if you thought it was bad when we had the PPP, everybody faking the PPP loans and in the $600 payroll enhancements for unemployment and all that, if you thought that was bad, the ones that'll be celebrating are the Chinese, as people load up on all that junk coming from over there. Yeah, when you have continuously overstimulated economy. But what's happening now, Dr. Frankenstein? You're starting to cut the bridge out from underneath of consumers now. You're starting to destroy people's ability to consume. Because of AI, you're taking out some of the highest compensated positions in the economy here and substituting AI into that. And when you start impacting the consumption side of things, it's just only gotta. Well, trust and believe, Dr. Frankenstein. When one company like Blackstone just unloaded their Aria portfolio down in Vegas. Gee, I wonder why. Right? You think Resort World is going to stay out of bankruptcy for long? You think that the Fontainebleau? And then what are the creditors going to say? They're going to say, you know what? Lower the price and start to get some people into here. Oh, but we don't want to turn it into Section 8. Lower the price. That's your problem. Right? But all the luxury stores, they'll close their door. Yeah, okay. I got my house out of the Rancho was beyond a short sale. Even the short sale didn't even work. You look at that price, they kept cutting it down, till the sign is just hanging, creaking. How you doing, Scottish? Yeah, that's Terrible. I'm doing good. How are you doing? You all think these companies like Blackstone are invincible. Oh, they're always going to make money. You have no concept or memory of the Japanese money invasion of the 1980s, where they were buying all these trophy properties and Pebble Beach, and it's horrible. And they ended up basically taking a gun and shooting themselves in the head. All right. Corporations are followers, they're not leaders. There's no magnificent aggregation of brain power that happens in a corporation. You have the same stupid people that make decisions that you see every day in your life, your bosses and stuff. Yeah, BlackRock, Blackstone. Yeah, everybody, the Japanese are buying everything. It's gonna be horrible. I still haven't showed you the magazine covers from the peak in 2005. Peak of Time magazine, Fortune magazine, Money magazine, plastered with real estate. The best investment for the next 50 years. 4 years later, the only thing moving in real estate was cockroaches. That's it. That was it. That's why I say silver and gold tell a true story. There's something very real going on under the surface there. There's something that's transcending normal supply and demand, because I'm telling you what, you might think the average person's not buying silver. They have no interest in it. They're not going on it. To them, buy an ounce of gold, where are they going to get $4,280 for you? They're not buying gold. Silver, they have no interest in going out. They have no interest in buying silver. Right? It still hasn't hit that psychological overdrive yet. That's why I've said that I still think we have very far to go in this whole process. Yeah, dying like the dinosaur. People don't want they don't want the oblique way to own something. Take physical possession of it. Have it yourself. So I don't know. I'm still not convinced that the AI bubble's not in the process of popping right now. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. But there's only so much of money available in 401ks and things to drive in. And once that starts to tip to the other side, where people on average are making less income on the average job than years before, it gets a little hard to sustain. Yeah, property insurance is going up. I would think some people would be smart to form their own indemnity. You know, get 10 or 20 people and just develop your own insurance thing. Those ETFs dying are foreshadowing of the dollar. I know that, Corky. Anybody with a modicum of sense sees that the dollar is not going to be the currency of the future. It's not going to be the currency of the future. There's too much development is taking place in the rest of the world. It's impossible to maintain our standard of living and when we're being surrounded by countries that have equivalent technology that earn 1/4 of the average wage here. There's no way to have that wage protection. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon, Scottish. These are just my thoughts because, been blowing me up about Bitcoin. First thing in the morning, roll over, check the mail. Oh, please look at Bitcoin this morning. What's going on? I thought that we were moving up again or whatever. Well, and enter with nothing. Well, remember the way that capitalism is a very cruel, even though we've taken a lot of cruelty out of capitalism since Charles Dickens' day. Those were real free markets back then, okay, where you had oligarchy and wealthy people controlling shit, but they were definitely pretty free markets. There wasn't any protection for people. It was like the poorhouse, that was it. Now it's difficult. Very, very. Now we've had this engineered prosperity where we're spending $2 trillion more of the government than it's taken in a year. Glengarry Glen Mars. Yeah, let's buy a piece of Mars. Hey, James, how you doing? Well, I'm saying cruel in the sense that if you can't cut the mustard, capitalism plows you under like a field plow. That's it. That's it. You get back to a dog eat dog economy. This people these days have been raised like hothouse orchids. That the food is provided, the housing is provided, cheap entertainment galore. I don't know who was the person today that came out and said, better wake up. These people graduating college, they're not getting jobs right now. It's like, not that corporations, they're just like, well, we just have to see how shit's shaking out here with AI, right? I mean, we don't want to bring people on board and then let them rip 3 months later and say, we can't have that. Hey, deal for real. How you doing? But the state of New Jersey is hiring. I wonder if they're real positions though, Shimei, or they just have constant same. I wonder if somebody actually. I wonder if somebody actually updates those job boards. I wonder if they're real jobs or just BS jobs. I'm not sure. Could you imagine if I went to New Jersey and Shimei be like, put in a word? Oh, I don't know, Rosie, you're an old bird. I say, yeah, but I can still do the work. Okay. Yeah, we're a little short-handed, so yeah, I'll put in a good word for you. Then Shimei's your boss. Make sure you're here punched in at 7 a.m. Have the coffee on, and I like my bagel with cream cheese. Yes, ma'am. Administrative assistance. uh, But I can even see it at Costco. I see people I don't even see. I was there yesterday when I went to pick up cat food in the afternoon. And Sunday, I would say, is a pretty representative day. A lot of people were in there shopping on Sunday. And I stood there for a bit and I watched the meat case, the beef case. I hardly saw anybody grabbing anything out of that beef case. Hardly anything. Those 3 packs of steaks for $70, $80 a pop. Ooh. Cause I'll see you in September. Yay, my Merry Christmas message is up. Yeah, trucking is not. Yeah, a lot of truckers talk about how lousy trucking is. Now they limit your mileage per day and the electronic logbooks and all the hassles of way stations and all that. It's amazing to me that all these years later that hasn't been updated. What do they do with the extra meat they sell? I have no idea. I suspect they grind it up into hamburger or something. I'm not sure. I have no idea. No idea. But I'll bet that they've reduced their purchasing of beef and things. I'll bet they have. Yeah, diabetes is rampant because the exercise is so low in that. How you doing, Adam? I mean, I got to take my mile or two in the morning. I go up to the local library there to walk and read the morning paper. And there's a guy just came at the door. He takes a shopping cart with the cart behind it. A guy was running a double or something. He just turns the whole thing over. Right? The librarian comes running out with the other one. Oh my. Yeah. Well, thank you, Amethyst. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a shame. Because I can see, like, boy, they were talking about the fast food places that are shutting down now. Because they can't raise the price of it anymore. And they're having, like, McDonald's is built on the burger. Wendy's is built on the burger. Burger King is built on the burger. And you can only shrink or flatten that patty so much, and then it's just like people are just like, taking to social media like, oh, the hell with this. They're just a point where it becomes untenable to run the business. It's impossible. If you have to discount and have apps to get people in the door, if you're doing stuff on apps, my daughter lives on the app. She's always, oh, I got this from McDonald's. I got to take advantage of this. They're not making any money on her purchases. There's no way. So if you have to discount everything to get people through the door, you've trained people to app. You've trained people to start chasing discounts and stuff. And I don't know how you do it. Yeah, we don't have to call in. I forgot to remove that one. I'm thinking maybe we'll have call in tomorrow night. Is the franchise does not honor the app anymore? See, that's difficult too, because that causes ill will. Yeah, I would welcome your call, Adam. You're a very intelligent person. I like the way you featured something off of Yoshi's their teriyaki bowl the other day. Stayed a minute. More than a dealer did. Yeah, that's terrible. But you're in a very blue state there of Minnesota. High taxes. I don't know how this state is going to, talking about a $12 billion shortfall for next, I don't know. The worst thing that can happen to this nation is the average wage starts to go down on average. What people are earning on the average in the nation. It's impossible to dig out of that. It's impossible. How do you start to affect that average in a major way? You start cutting out the high end. The things that make the average, the highest and lowest. You start removing a lot of those knowledge-based white-collar jobs. It's going to rapidly reduce that average income point. And that's going to have all kinds of actuary problems. Can you even buy McDonald's anymore? They seem all corporate owned. A lot of groups own them. Just like Coca-Cola bottlers. There's some bottlers have multiple franchises that they do the bottling in a regional area. Yeah, it accounts for it. So it's going to be more so. It's going to become much more pronounced as the remunerative jobs just aren't going to be there. Hey, Tyler, they're just not going to be there. They're going to be hard to replace those particular jobs. Man, you better believe when I'll bet it's going to be in, somebody look up what it's going to be in Tonopah tonight. In Nevada there tonight. It's 6,000 feet or whatever. I'll bet it's going to be 25 degrees tonight. All those six-figure programming jobs are going away. And we'll never be able to scale robotics to the scale that the Chinese do over there. Because people there are earning 1/3 the wage and building technologically superior robots and stuff. But I was surprised that Blackstone Group just dumped out their $600 million investment in the Aria Cosmopolitan complex down there. I mean, I kind of figured that they see the writing on the wall. I only live my life. No, don't live your life by my words. For minimum wage. I don't know. You're going to see a lot of colleges closing. It's a lot of financial pressure on colleges right now. There's a lot of competition to enroll. people. What was the one that said, what was it? Maybe Cal State System said that they're just going to accept anybody that applies now or whatever. What does that tell you? It tells you we have a big core of administrators and teachers to support here, and we can't keep depending on the state for subsidies. It's like poor Sonoma State up here. College is a scam at this point. No, he's went for 3 years of computer and he's doing water. See, it's what I'm saying. It's not that it was designed to be a scam. It's just that a lot of people, even in my chatting places, think just because somebody has a high position and has a little bit of press and a little bit of pull on social media, that automatically makes them smart about the future. And the problem is, it's very hard to see turning points in an economy, and very few people see those turning points until they actually are behind them. It's like, I didn't need the cover of Time magazine, Fortune magazine, and Money magazine in May and June of 2005 to tell me that people were hyped up on real estate. And all the big prognostic, oh, this is it, you know. And 2 years later, it's just short sales, bankruptcies, bailouts from the government, all that shit. Go ahead and ask, will a lot of people not in the field their degree is in? Well, it's common these days. The Department of Education said they're not even going to, today it was in that, they're not even going to recognize a DEI degree as a college-worthy thing to have a degree in. Silver is rocking, it is. But we should all be concerned why it's rocking. Much more. What keeps me awake at night is we still don't know the exact reason why, and that's worrisome. Useless degrees, yeah, $400,000 a year in loans, and I guess they thought that the government was going to bail all that out. Yeah, not recognized. That just came out today. It was announced by the education department that it's a degree with no apparent value to it. Well, I could say that about half the degrees in colleges. Yeah, no guarantee. It's a question of that's what I always said about education too. I wonder when the first student's going to sue the Santa Rosa City Board of Education for their shitty education. Total malfeasance. Icy, I thought you were going for the night. Yeah, thank you. Because the water down, worthless, and everyone sees it now. Well, too much debt creation brings its own solution to it. And they say interest rates are rising today because corporations are in there starting to borrow like crazy right now. I don't know. I'm not so sure. We've been idling between 4% and 5% for about a year and a half now. To me, it's just a way station on the way to the 8% level. Giants, I don't know, Kelly. I don't even. The Patriots have had such a cream puff schedule this year. Kids graduated, can't read. I grew up in Alabama, and we could all read exactly. Yeah, that's right, John Brentford. But we've talked about that. It all begins in the home. It was unquestioning before that parents always had the backs of teachers. Now that's not the case anymore. Parents perceive teachers as the enemy of their kids' happiness in a lot of cases. The Colts got screwed, I told you. Kelly, it's a disastrous year. Aaron Rodgers got jammed his own fingers into his mask and bloodied his nose. I mean, the NFL is not fun this year. It's not fun. Any thoughts on homeschool? To me, it's just a desperation move for a lot of people. And it depends how much you care about your kids and how much you're willing to sacrifice for that. I got drained and brought out. That's it. Cork, he's like, I had to get rid of my Channel Islands, my Isle of Jersey bank account, so bring all that shit home. Well, you missed some socialization aspect of it. I don't know. There was, I'm trying to think who. I know some people that I follow, that families that I follow, and they homeschool their kids. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, are you disgruntled? Are you disgruntled? You, Larry David, are you disgruntled? I'm not disgruntled. uh, uh, well, look at the state, look at the city here. You live in a very wealthy area here, a very wealthy county, extremely wealthy here, Sonoma County. And yet the school system is horrendous here, absolutely horrendous. I think you disgruntled. Oh, man. So make that make sense. The school system will be reflective of how much parents really care about the education that their kids are getting. And I would argue that not a lot really care. If I had kids today, they would absolutely be in parochial school, 100%. Even if I had to work 3 jobs or whatever, there would be no way, no how. In this area, hell no, they'd be going to Cardinal Newman or, the Ursuline. There's no way. To stick them in this school system is to come out with some very deficient, they might be well socialized, but they're going to be hard pressed to be productive in society. Well, we went from latchkey kids of the 70s. That was the thing. I got homeschool growing up for a little bit. There was too many, what did you say? There was too many fights at the public school. Yeah, I hear you, Tyler. I never got homeschooled. I don't know if my mother would have had the patience, probably beat the hell out of me if I'm outside smoking at 14 years old. Oh, you little bastard, kid. You better have done your homework. What homework? Ooh, that girl's got nice legs over there. Oh, yeah, it does. Yeah, my mother would have literally slapped me silly. She would have been called a child abuser. That's a good man. Result depends. Yeah, it depends. I mean, the school system here will only be as good as the parents demand it will be. And we have a large community of immigrants that, well, to be honest, don't look at education, never looked at education as a stepping stone to anything. They look at it as a state-provided daycare for their kids. That's it. And if they can be tied up for the day from 7:30 a.m. until 3 p.m. and then go to the afternoon program, hey, that's it. Their top priority is getting established, getting a house. I get it. But I'm saying the thought and caring about education, it's more, when I saw the city school board here talk about and parents standing up and students with signs shaking at the meetings. Oh, we can't afford to close down this cultural. It's all about the culture. And I didn't hear one person talk about the educational standard. Not one. Not one. I don't know. I used to smoke outside on the way to pee. If my mother would drop me off at PS 233 in the morning, I would walk right the other way, right down, right to Tuxedo Pharmacy. We'd pick up a pack of smokes and just hit the back alley and just goofing around. And one day, oh shit, here comes my mother ripping up in the 66 VW bug. And she gets out, she grabs my ear. Oh, you little bastard. Walks me right into the school, right into the classroom like that. Wow, it was like, wow, you really are a dick, man. You really are a dick. Dick, they're called. Well, I don't want to say that. I can't say the evolution of people does not become more culturally attuned. You know what I'm saying? But at what cost? At the cost of reading, writing, arithmetic, at the cost of being non-productive members of society. There's people that work at Starbucks, and I was looking and I was listening to interviews of people that were on the strike line over Thanksgiving. And a lot of these are really angry beavers. Then most of these people have degrees. And they're talking about, I went to college. I should be earning a decent wage for doing this. This is not an easy job to do these orders. I know there's a lot of different. My daughter got a free Starbucks on her birthday, and it took like 5 minutes for the barista to make it or whatever. So, but still, it's not a job that's ever going to pay a lot, or else you're going to sink Starbucks. That's it. Either Starbucks goes for the sake of whatever can still survive in a high cost environment, or you just bring in people or machines that can make it cheap. That's it. There's no other choice for that. So I'm listening to these baristas, and you can see the roots of socialism coming. You can see the green tender shoots of socialism beginning, where they start to make their own value judgments about what's important in society and why are these jobs pay more than these jobs, and why should the chairman of Starbucks make 150 times more than the average. You can see all these green tender shoots sprouting up, the future roots of a socialist communist revolution here, where so many people feel disenfranchised in the future that they feel like that communism will be the thing that rectifies it, and we'll all be on the same, we'll all get the same money and whatever, and it'll take 50 years to unwind that shit. Boy George, come a chameleon. Well, it becomes very easy to do. It becomes very easy to blame. The blame game will be in full force. There were some Starbucks that were closed down in LA. They just couldn't make a go of it. And once you start closing and shrinking, you're moving the opposite direction. It won't get better. It will not get better. Yeah, the money gap is too large, and it's gonna seem much larger coming up. So I don't know. They said Black Friday was off to a good start. Who knows? I mean, there's so many people that lie about stuff these days. Who knows where the truth is? It's like being in a Chamber of Commerce bubble or something. Everything's all hunky-dory or blah, 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 blah. I don't know what they're buying. There weren't any deals. I was going to try to finally get a decent camera. But I just still couldn't pull the trigger because I didn't see a sweetheart deal out there. So I figured the closer I get to Christmas, the more desperate they'll be to put a deal on the table. I have no assurance of that, but we shall see. Good quality beans. I'm sure the quality's good. I got no issue with that. But their target customers aging out of Starbucks now. And a lot of them have reached the point that they have a Keurig or something like that. There's so many choices they have for home brewing and doing it at home that they don't feel as compelled to go sit around a Starbucks. Plus the Starbucks, you couldn't use the bathroom anymore. They have limits on how long you can hang out. In other words, it's just reversing. It's just reversing. The employees at Starbucks suck. I don't know. My daughter went in on her birthday, and the woman did a good job of putting her drink together. I gave her a couple bucks. I bought some instant espresso this week. Yeah, all that stuff. So people feel like if I can do this at home for 50 cents a cup instead of $6 a cup, I'm winning. I'm winning. Like I feel like I'm winning with my space age Mr. Coffee. The coffee at restaurants is, on average, I would say your average restaurant's pretty. It's unusual that I get a remarkable cup of coffee anymore. We didn't employ fired locally because the guy went in and ordered a Freedom Cup, which I guess was Charlie Kirk's favorite, and the barista wrote fascist on its cup. See, this is what culture has done for us. 50 years ago, people knew what their job was. It wasn't to pass social commentary on society. It was to make the coffee, give the coffee, and the customer is always right. Nowadays, it's like everybody feels emboldened to be a social commentator, whether you're a bus driver or whether you're a barista at Starbucks. You're going to take the opportunity to make a social commentary. This is a product of our, pardon me for saying, our fucked up college and university, and to a large extent our high school systems teaching these days. Inculcating into people strange and novel values that are really un-American at their very core. Yeah, Duncan's, I got no problem with Duncan. Doctor takes you and look up what's wrong with the coffee and then come back and get with me. We live in the most powerful Marxist nation in the world today. Government fingers are in every aspect of, they'll even tell you how to raise your child these days. That's the ultimate sign of a total Marxist takeover. We have the socialization of losses and the privatization of profits. We got the whole damn thing. That's what I'd say. Even institutions have destroyed charity, Dr. Frankenstein. Totally destroyed the concept of charity in the world by institutionalizing it. That's why you have so many people that are poor and under today through institutionalized charitable endeavors. Yeah, take your teach the child what they want the child to know. Be backed up by the education department, child protective services, all that stuff. That's exactly right. All real charity is local, and it's delivered on an individual basis. But by aggregating into an institutional function, we gradually pushed it over to government to do that. Hence, government has to give huge subsidies to things like the Redwood Empire Food Bank, the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops and Catholic Charities. It all turned it into a pile of dew. All turned it into a pile of dew where the interest in really seeing things on an individual level is non-existent. Non-existent. Like I said, when I saw that the top 10 salaries, there was nobody at Redwood Empire Food Bank that was making less than $140,000. The top 10 officers on from $250,000 to $140,000 a year. Yeah, it's not even their main job. I donate to a lot of different, I've donated to disabled American vets, to Wounded Warrior projects. There's some religiously affiliated Appalachian food program. There's a couple different things that I donate to. But then over the course of the year, I saw the money that a lot of these spent on just continuously pounding with solicitations, and I thought to myself, shit, every dollar that I'm donating is being spent in just mailings and solicitations and phone banks, and I just no. So I had to cut it way down. I had to cut it way down. Yeah, when the longevity of the institution takes precedence, then it's all a bunch of crap at that point. So I'm sorry if you're running a food bank, some part of you has to have an idea that I'm going to forgo a high salary because I believe in a charitable endeavor. And the way I believe in it is I put my shoulder to the wheel. I'm willing to take less because I like the aspect of being charitable and helping people. But when your top priority becomes competing with other people we have to recruit this person because, it's a competitive market for these executives and stuff. And I think to myself, shit, just throw the food down on a table then. And if you show up, you show up. We don't need a tractor trailer to run this around all these neighborhoods and shit. But they're continuously thinking of ways that they can expand it and grow it. And it's just, once I started looking into it, yeah, I got a little miffed off, plus my own personal experience of taking donations in. Cows to the Mennonite canned food. Yeah, good. You seem like a very charitable person, John. I'm doing good, Rouge. Nice to see you. We got people, yeah, he does it all. That's it. That's the only reason I got involved. Yeah, poverty industrial complex is huge. It is. 503Cs and pull the charity. And I started thinking, man, I've donated this money and you're hitting me every 2 weeks with another mailer. You're spending what I donated. No, oh, hell no. So I became much more targeted in what I was doing with my donations. I started looking around a lot more locally around here. And that seemed to be a much better way of doing doing things. But I noticed charities became just other, they became job creation things. It's like, look at what happened to Goodwill. Goodwill used to run on a shoestring, and then it's all of a sudden, well, we have to have the executives that can run. It's amazing these things ran themselves, right? On a very local level. You would open up a Goodwill, you'd have some association with the head office or whatever. This stuff was cheap. It moved in one door, it moved out the other. And then all of a sudden, when they started building in that high overhead of huge salaries through the organization, then all of a sudden it became a good place to work. And no charity should ever be in the sense of a good place to work. It lost that aspect of heart to it. It lost that aspect of, why do I want to be in this particular industry? And it's not to compare salaries with other people in the private sector. Oh, we can't get the good person to run it. I mean, what are we talking about here? At the end of the day, we're talking about intaking donations. Yeah, there's some people that have to solicit corporations for donations. There's some people that have to write grants. And there's some people that have to get the food on the shelves and all that crap. But holy smokes. Working for Ford in 1965. Well, yeah, sloth is a human condition. It's a vice. Pride, lust, anger, covetousness, envy, sloth, gluttony. Laziness is a natural human condition, of course. Ooh. Yeah, it's $109 an hour now. That's it. So I had a real eye-opener. I had a real eye-opener. So it was good. I think about 15,000, no problem. So I think a lot of charities have had a big hand in destroying the fabric of society too, with the way that they operate. All right, well, let's get out to Sebastopol. Let's get a little bit of Christmas cheer tonight. Have a holly jolly Christmas. It's the best time of the year. Say hello to folks you know. Ho, ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see. Get those legs in the air. Do it once for me. Do. Have a holly jolly Christmas. Get those legs up in the traps. Puppy. Da da do 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 do. Bubba doo boo boo da doo. Oh wow, 52 degrees, guys. It's going to be another brutal night. Do 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 do. Baba doo beep beep doo. Bop bop bee doo 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 doo. Ba doo ba doo ba doo ba doo boop boop ba doo ba doo. Ho ho. Traffic looks bad. I think we're going to walk around Railroad Square down here tonight. There's a lot of stuff. Silver bells. Silver bells, ooh, it's Christmas time in the city. Sleigh bells ring, ooh, hear them ring, ooh, soon it will be Christmas Day. Hey, Alex. Sidewalks, children roughing with glee. Do 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 do. Yeah, my father worked at Western Electric for years, the manufacturing arm of AT&T. Do do do. Don't pull that on me, dude. Son of a. All right, we got a whiz. Do 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 do. Ba ba dee ba dee ba dee ba dee boo. Ba ba boo ba doo boo 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 ba dee ba dee ba dee boo bum ba ba doo boo boo do. Get those legs up in the air, babe. Do 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 do. All right, time to take a whiz. We got just enough light down here. Ooh, it looks spooky. Ooh, it gets dark so early. Do 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 do. Ba ba da ba boo boo doo. There'll be some figures that just loom out of the darkness here. I'm a person of simple needs. Holy smokes, what a relief that was. You gotta go to the Wizzatorium. Oh man, we're gonna have to make another beer run. I think on Friday. I'm gonna pack really light for this trip down, but I need to have the heavy gear for. It's gonna be cold up in Tonopah. You better believe it. Ho, ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see. Somebody waits for me. Kiss her once for me. Lub-a-doop-boop-boop-a-doop-boo. Bop-a-doop-beep-beep-boo. Bop-bop-ba-doop-a-doop-boop-boo-doop-boop. This year, take it up a half step. Have a holly jolly Christmas. It does feel good after you whiz. I'll tell you what, it's things in life. Oof. We have a psychotic blinking light down here on the right. Ooh, 50 degrees. Whoa. This is disastrous weather. I'll tell you, Decembers are just marginally bearable here. I keep thinking about Palm Springs. Loo doo 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 ba ba doo boo. Ho ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see. I want all these ladies to kiss me for Christmas. Do 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 do. Ba ba dee boo 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 boo. La ba boo do do boo boo. La do 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 do. We're just kind of cruising around a little bit tonight. Cruising on a Sunday afternoon. Cruising. The Wizard stuff. It's the Wizard of Wiz. I need to go to the pawn shop tomorrow. See if I can pick up something for Christmas. A little bit of regifting. Yeah, please like and subscribe if you're just joining us tonight for the kickoff of the Festivus season here. My favorite time of year from October, November, and December. At least for the spirit of the season. January's horrendous. January, February, March. Say hello to folks you know. Ba-doo, 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 boo, ba-ba-doo, ba-doo. Ho, ho, the mistletoe hung where you can see. I got the Rancho in pretty good shape. I got to spray the fruit trees. There's not a bit of rain on the horizon that I can see here. Our rainy season might effectively be over. Some years are like that. They're going to be decorating up the Luther Burbank house soon for the holidays. Silver bells, ooh, silver bells, ooh, it's Christmas time in the city. Oh, drinking mulled wine. Come on and giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's No, that's all right. You've got to expect that, Corky. There's a tremendous amount of volatility in the market. Well, you have to, that's a market where you have to get used to very wild swinging days. They could recover all that by tomorrow morning. Asia is a much thinner market. Yeah, I don't even know what the hell of, I can't stand things that are too aromatic. Did you see that delicious, that glorious old-fashioned? What are we doing here? Right out in the middle of this mess? What the hell are we doing? Yeah, it's easy in a thin market to hammer price around here and there. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Oh man, Lowry's Old Fashioned is just. I just don't want to be that dedicated a drinker that I start going out and getting the shit to make old fashions, because I'll be knocking those suckers back every minute. Yeah, sometimes you just got to know your limits. Like once a year, I got something to really. Once in a while, if I'm somewhere else, I'll test the bartender, see if he makes a decent old fashioned or whatever. I just think he used a touch less simple syrup this year, so it was just something kind of missing. But yeah, I don't want to be there every day pounding out an old fashioned. It's just like, oof. I don't mind drinking a little bit when I'm in Vegas, but kind of keep that stuff restricted to Friday nights. Well, it's easier to manipulate in Asia than it is here, so. Pumpkin pie. I feel like a beer, but it's not really the night you want to sit outside. Hey, kissing. No, I'm not. I'm not Ubering. I should Uber. Yeah, I'd be a good Uber driver. Talk it up, yak it up, get some good looking gals in there, yeah. Do 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 do. Come on and do. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up, let's go. Let's go with the flow. We haven't walked around here in a while. Yeah, that's what people were doing in the early days of Uber. They were digging into the bags. Ooh, I mean, it's kind of irresistible, right? Yeah, I want some fries. That's it. And the bag gets delivered. The person's like, what the hell? What the hell happened to all the fries? Yeah, sorry, dude. I got the munchies. Yeah, that's right. Blow those headlights into my face, you love of... We're just rolling around. I think my lights are on. You can't really tell because it's like having two candles. Terrible headlights in this. I'm not seeing too much in the way of decorations up yet. A friend in need is a pest. We missed the inside of the Rancho. Yeah, I hear you. It is cozy in there, but it's not as cozy when you're not running the heat. I think I got up this morning, it was about 46 degrees inside. I think it got up to about 50, maybe 55 today. I don't know. I'm okay. Once I hop out of the shower, get my heavy gear on, I wanted to see if we could park and walk around a little bit here. Yeah, I know it's silly, but I'm not going to be screwed. You know. All right, let me get dressed real quick. I got to get my gear on tonight. Be surprised, this extra layer is pretty good. Oh man, it's the first time I've had to put the winter gear on. So let's go around. Right across the street they have an interesting dealio right there. Oh man, that's pretty nice looking. That's some big lights on that thing. Yeah, Santa. I'm gonna put up my hood tonight if I have to. If you're dressed warm, it's okay to be out. What's that? Now, Amanda Hogginkiss would say that's kind of tacky. One might say it just makes people psychotic. I thought she popped in earlier. Oh, I just farted. She just weighed in. Everybody's on their computer inside. I don't think there's anything special going on tonight. I don't know. Yeah, that's kind of nice looking, but they don't have the tree lit on the second floor. Make sure that the van is locked. Everybody gets a kick at a hug and kiss. She's part of the show here. Uh-oh. She's the queen of good taste. Man, you can imagine the maintenance on that baby. Wow. Yeah, it's been a while since somebody called the cops on me. It's kind of nice. I feel like having a little mini. Yeah, this was the former mayor's over here. Mike Martini. This guy's got like a double lot too. This has got some lights up. This is like one of these 1920s apartment houses. Yeah, maintenance is big money. Yeah, wow, they really did it up here. That's beautiful. I'm going to try to get a thumbnail of that. Be nice to be on that balcony unit. Yeah, well, thank you. I mean, it's not really built for that, but I appreciate it. I like to see this place is very festive. What's this creeper doing? It's like that's a common entranceway or something there. Woo! I wonder if they're selling the whole building. I don't know. She sets a high standard. We don't usually walk B Street. Yeah, we don't really ever get a real hard freeze here. Rare. Dickhead almost ran over me. I had the Lowry cut prime rib. I did a YouTube short. I don't know if you saw it. The only good thing about this time of year, you can look in windows a lot easier. Oh, that house. Now I'm all bought and paid for. You would think in my high visibility jacket that guy would have seen me. Yeah, he just about ran me over. I don't know what this is, a Greek place or what the hell it is. It's like nobody here. Guy was really a dick. I wore clothes, Dan. Calmera Bar and Grill. Yeah, there's nobody sitting out tonight. Woof. Kratom. Way too cold to be out tonight. Kratom the clown. The hell is this? Man, that's a salon. There's somebody way over in that chair. Boy, there's been so many different businesses that have been in here. We're gonna run out of. You're gonna run out of teams soon, Kelly. Oh man, this is this Kafal restaurant review I did. This place practically blew my balls off over here. It was so hot. India, Nepal, and Tibet. Well, the Tone Pilates went tits up. Looks pretty depleted out tonight. Oh. Nobody's in there. The guy's sitting there watching TV. Oh, here's this new place, yeah. It's a good crowd tonight. This Cooperage Brewing. This seems to be the in place now. It's Monday night. People are doing it up with drinks. Let's just say when I left Lowry's, I had meat sweats. I had definite meat sweats. Man, I got to pack a thermal shirt with me. Meat sweats. I like good Korean food. The Chinese buffet is closed on Mondays, I guess. No, I don't. I don't have any sugar regulation problems at all, Kelly. Thank goodness. Yeah, I had some meat sweats. Flex office space. It's really hard to see inside. I think I'm okay, Kelly. I get my blood tested often enough. I heard a cat. There's the Felix. Looks like some people have moved in. That's where Amanda Hug and Kiss would be. I like really hot food, but just to a point. I made a soup. It was really hot on Wednesday when I got to LA. My daughter was like, whoa. She loved it though. I enjoy it. Kelly, when you do as much exercise as I do, your blood sugar and stuff is going to be naturally, all of your blood work's going to usually be in a good range. Now I'm on a path to lose some weight, and I can already tell my blood pressure's come down a couple points. Eddie's kitchen. Nobody in there. Angel hair and salmon. I can't imagine salmon and pasta. Classic Caesar. Yeah, but how much sugar do I have in a day? I take very few carbs in there. And with low carbs, it's impossible to really have sugar problems. And I don't really drink liquor that often. And beer's good for you. Let's go down here, see what's going on. Yeah, I don't eat bread and very, 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 very little in the way of carbs. I'm mainly on a keto diet now. And the Bush beer is very light. Very few carbs. Oh, wow, the door is closed tonight. This used to be Gold's Gym down here. Yeah, there's no history of any diabetes anywhere in my family. I gotta tie my shoe in a minute. Yeah, this used to be Gold's Gym. Well, another tattoo place. Yeah, you don't ever want to eat those peppers. $10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Well, they ain't open today. Yeah, I guess maybe they are open. Shit, they are open. Jesse Jing. Oh, we're having a good night, just walking around tonight. I'm a little bit warmer. I don't know how I'm going to make it up in Tonopah. Ooh. That's going to be brutal. Chiropractor, this guy's long gone. Dr. Christopher Dumbass. Dumb Daisy. Yeah, chiropractors don't last long. There's the old gym. This was the first place I was a member of. That's been closed for 15 years at least. I'm really enjoying myself touring Santa Rosa tonight. There's what's left of our newspaper. Nobody on the job tonight. No, I didn't have a trainer. I might have one coming up, especially for 2026. There's the pressed MO. Nobody's working tonight. Who's writing the stories? Hey, Danielle. '26 promises to be a wild year. Ain't nobody even working. No, I haven't. I just got back to town yesterday. I would like to, but I've had a lot of shit going on at home. I can't wait to get out there. I'd like to have some Dungeness. Yeah, I'll be waiting. Even if I get some red rock crab, that would be great. Yeah, I love crab too. Porky. I do enjoy crab. I'd like to have some for the holidays. The Sweet Spot Bodega. We're really at the lower end of 4th Street here. But I'm feeling warmer now. I do got some gloves at home. I got to remember to take gloves and a thermal with me on this trip to Vegas, because we're going to be going up really high altitude. There's the ramen place. They do a good business in there. I like ramen. It's the miso honey. There's one of my pawn shops. Yeah, the cucumbers. Must be cold as a witch's tit up in your area. I would be frozen. I wouldn't be able to move for 4 months of the year. I thought about flying up to Alaska or something, but me love you long time. I have lost weight. That's by design. I'm prepping for 2026. Oh, we are open. I increased my exercise dramatically and cut carbs down. And I haven't felt this healthy in probably 6 months. Well, the boba tea went tits. Bubble tea. Nobody be out tonight. It's too damn cold. No, not mods. You guys, probably some of you already know I might be retransitioning back in 2026 or part-time. I haven't decided yet. Yeah, keto always works tremendously for me. Here's one of these people painting this up. I don't know. I think this place went out of business too. There's a winter crafters market. So there'll be a lot of stuff coming up here. Yeah, it's still up in the air. There's just nobody around. Here's the French place tonight. Yeah, Corky, the content can't be beat. Augie's French. Well, thank you, Sarah, and I, Scottish. I expected no less from you, to tell you the truth. Yeah, Augie's. I think a lot of people will be thrilled. We shall see. Yeah, thank you, Alex. I appreciate that. I've never had any issue with anybody in the chat as ever. I have a great chat. Yeah, ramen noodle. Man, I cut the ramen way down. Yeah, thank you. I think everybody in my chat's the same way. It's like Corky said, it happens to be good content too. All right, let's walk along and see if there's any decorations up here. I haven't really decided yet. It's all. I was discussing it with family and stuff. 30 years. $5 charge for whining. Let's see if I see myself. Yes, I do. I'm on the camera up there. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Let's go. Yeah, it's always been easy for me to just cut carbs down. Always very easy. You're on thin ice. Yeah, I don't really need a trainer. I'm just saying I might use one to just whip myself into top shape. I haven't decided. Like I say, right now I'm out to enjoy the holiday season. That's job one. And once I get back from Vegas, I'm not quite sure what my travel schedule will be. This is the Puerto Rican place. Hey Justin, how you doing? Good to see you too. Oh, this is this bakery. Eat dessert. I've never been a dessert person. Boy, these nail people work long hours. I like people that paint these windows for the holidays. Some people have actually moved into the Felix, it looks like. This is going to be a really hoity-toity place to live. Costs a lot of money to live there. They got the little fireplace burning in the lobby. going to be brutal in Vegas. It's weird to see the Chinese buffet closed for the day, Monday. Place has been here at least 24 years. We will be open Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Just this jacket makes a difference. Yeah, I couldn't live where you live. I just couldn't do it, dude. Just too much to bear. That cooperage is doing really well. Shocking to see something do that well. Please hit the thumbs up button. We're trying to race up over 100. It is very appreciated. I'm grateful for everybody that stops by. It's a club. Like nothing going on. Hey Catherine, welcome back. Good to see you. Missed you around. Tipsy Taco, they're gone. Thank goodness. You'd have to be a fool to lease this place. This has been so many different places. Do 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 do. Ba boop 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 ba boop 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 do do. This used to be the comic book place. It's going to be very hard to lease this stuff. It's like a big shift in the world. No, not for me. I've maintained most of my same body shape as I did before. It's actually easier the second time around. For me now, there's zero learning curve. Here's the Islamic Society. Never see anything going on down here. No, not really. Oh, that's nice. That's good, Catherine. All right, take care, Tyler. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Wanting a record player. Why don't you get her a nice technical ones off of eBay? Get her a vintage one. Sadie's Pet Spa. Orleans. Yeah, take Goliath. Yeah, you can always get needles up at the Voice of Music in Benton Harbor, Michigan. Cartridges, all that stuff. I noticed a lot of Gen Z people are really into vintage audio. They're rebelling against the old plastic crap. Wow, is it cold? Might be a bum fight here, I don't know. Could be a bum fight. Content. A trainer might help you stay on point a little bit, you know. That's the value I see of it. Plus, they enjoy the challenge of whipping you into shape. I come from a strong vantage point of already being and walking a lot and physiologically sound. You just don't see as many bum fights as you used to see. That's the advantage I see of a trainer. Well, you're not into competitive. Yeah, competitive cycling is a thing. Yeah, keeping you committed. You're like a work to be sculpted by the trainer. Oh man. Wow. Let's see what the temperature is. CrossFit, that's it. I'm coming off of a high level. Still 50 degrees. That's hard to believe. Yeah, the women are definitely scary in a lot of places in the world. Like I said, women and men have been changing places. Yeah, they cook that in a lot of oil. A lot of oil, though. Because fat equals flavor. I guess you could go through here. Who the hell knows? I don't know. Chasing cats. Never saw a city with so many emergency vehicles in my life. It's hard to see people on the streets. I think we'll have call-in night tomorrow night. I'll have the Bluetooth pinned to me walking around. Sharp and cold tonight, baby. Sharp and cold. There's all kinds of furtive figures on the street tonight. I will say during the daytime is nice when you're in the sun. It's really nice. Very nice. Yeah, call in nights. I got to get the prism set up for music too. Anybody wants to support the channel, just to let you know, it is back on super chats and super stickers, super thanks. So if you want to help out in the month of December, it is appreciated. I feel like we did our duty for the month of November, which was fantastic. Yeah, the sun is amazing. I've always been a sunny, I've always thrived well in a sunny environment. Gloomy, rainy. I think that's Blackbird on the corner. Turn in here, we got like 0 lights down here. Somebody's got their high beam shucking on me. Let's see. Oh, well, thank you, Scott. That's very sweet of you. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Very kind of you. Oh, boy. All right. You can't get a wrong number. It's impossible. I post the number right there. What's up, Blackbird?
Oh, what happened?
Good news. Like I said, it was in the wrong unit.
It's in the wrong unit?
Yep. So I got a fresh card with the number and all that stuff on it. Yeah. Took about an hour to get it straightened out over there.
Yeah, but are they able to let me in?
Of course.
You talked to them?
Yeah. I spent an hour there today. Yeah. Just give me a minute to get the cats fed. You guys are so deprived. So deprived.
They're all out front. What do you mean by that?
I mean, as soon as they hear the food cans being open. That's 151, 151. That was the difference. It's the Brownlee lock is still on it. What you saw drilled out was another one. Because the day that I set that up, she went out to show me the unit, and she said, well, this is weird, there's a lock on the unit. Let me look at this other one. She directed me to the other one, but she neglected to change it back in the office. She kept me on the original unit. So
Oh, really?
all of your stuff is there, yeah.
Oh, crap. Well, that's a relief.
Yeah. I wasn't really worried because I knew that day that she had, I knew what the problem was. That
Can I
day.
have some cat food, Rosie?
Yeah, I'm getting it right now. Give me a second.
How'd you freak out?
No, I told you don't freak out because I knew what happened. You followed me.
Hold on, Kitty. Hold on. Yes, because you had me screwed up in the head first.
Yeah, I told you don't worry about it. I knew that stuff was there.
Hi, Tiger. Hi, Tiger. I got you.
Luckily, it was a lady that set me up originally, and I walked her through the whole process. This is what happened that day when we went back to the unit. You were surprised there was a lock on that unit, so you started to look around, you saw another unit, and you said, use this one instead. But she didn't go back to the office and change it in the computer.
Oh. Did they have a, was the top closed?
Yeah. She said there's been zero activity in there, so
Okay.
everything's there. Now, as far as why that key worked on their lock, I have no idea.
Yeah, that's
That
the
was
part
the-
that freaked me out.
That was the strangest thing when you told me that. That didn't make a bit of sense to me. Why your key would work in there. Why. So that is worth an hour to get that straight.
Hey.
She was like, we've been open about a year. We've never had any break-in or theft.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she said because we record everything 24/7 around here.
Uh-huh.
And then it's uploaded to the corporate cloud or whatever. So if they have to call it up, they just call up the date and bring it up.
Oh, okay.
So there was no activity there at all. So I was pretty happy about that today.
So they're gonna let me in.
Yeah, you get the gate code, and then you just go, and there's nobody gonna stop you.
Yeah, but the storage is in my unit. Alright, in my name.
Doesn't matter, they know you already. They're not gonna stop you. They're in their office just pressing the code and go.
And when is it paid till?
January 3rd.
So how much is it?
Right now it's like on a special 70 a month. It'll go up, but there's tons of small.
How much do you think it is a month?
140. But the stuff only takes up a quarter of the size.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
but
an arcade, your stuff went up to the
I have to spend a day.
ceiling. Yeah. They have small units. They have all the way up to 20 by 2,400 square foot jobs over there.
So they have a medium one.
Yeah, their size is smaller than this one.
Yeah, I have a 10 by 10. So you said they have a 20 by 20. What is
20
this
by-
one?
This is a 10 by 10. This is like a 10 by 15. What size is your one in Arcata?
I guess it's smaller.
Yeah, it's like an 8. It's like an 8 foot deep by 8 feet by 4 feet or something across. Oh man, and you had that baby top to bottom with stuffed in with stuff.
Okay, so all my stuff is there.
Yeah.
Linda.
Yeah. It's access until 9 p.m. at night. They close the office at 5 or something.
Is it now 7?
It is 6:46. Yeah, so you have the key and you have the code, so nobody's gonna stop you. Yeah, they're pretty new, so they have a shitload of places there.
There you guys.
Rosie was here this morning, but I don't see her up here. That's the only one that's really mean. Really picks on Shadow. They seem to like the Costco food because it's Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
They have some other kind, but these cans are so small it's not even worth it. Some kind of weird offbeat brand or something.
Kirkland.
Yeah, the cats didn't really like it too much.
And the cheap stuff is what they don't like. But they have this Kirkland cat food.
Well, I got it over here, but they just,
Yeah, I don't know how it is.
they're not really liking it too much.
Oh, no.
When you go in a unit, your box, there's with all of your notebook and all of your important papers.
Uh-huh.
So you wouldn't have to go digging in the back
So,
of it.
how much room do I have? It's only taking a quarter of the space?
Yeah, because it's not piled up to, you know, maybe half the space.
Half the space.
Maybe half the space.
So
There's
it'd
a
be
lot of
worth
room.
it just to be able to walk around.
Well, that'd be up to you to. There's a lot of space in there.
Because I don't know what the next size down is.
They have multiple sizes down
Yeah.
from that. I mean, one guy had his shit open. It was all the way up to the ceiling with store inventory for his place or something. Some people use it like a warehouse for their business.
That's what Jenna does.
Yeah, it's smart because it's only $60 a month or something like that. And it's all camera and secured. And this place on Barham, they're breaking into it all the time over there. Down
Where is it?
where the train crosses Barham, that first left there, you know.
Oh, yeah.
There's people breaking in all the time, coming over the wall.
Oh, yeah. All right, Simba. You need to come over here and eat.
Yeah, it's not. You can have your phone tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope so. My boss left early and I don't think I got paid because I haven't got paid yet. I gotta catch a train Wednesday. How you guys do? This is really magic where I was going to be.
Is Rosie there?
Yeah.
Magic and Skywalker are huge. Hey, don't start being a bully.
It's just starting to warm up to me again. I haven't seen it.
Get a phone, get a protective holder for it.
Yeah.
It's weird, both of our phones blew up at the same time. Yeah, not the brightest operation at that storage place there.
Well, you have to freak me out. And then the stress. I was numb for a couple of days.
Well, I knew that nobody took anything. But I also knew if that was the number that was written down, then they would naturally assume that the other woman was there. She was at the wrong unit. So when you're seeing stuff on the floor like drilled out or something, they're drilling locks all the time for people that don't pay up and shit. But what's weird is when you said your key fit their lock.
Uh-huh. And she was freaking out too.
Make that make sense.
Well, it would open the lock, but it wouldn't lock it. Right?
But the woman did apologize today.
Oh yeah? Who was it?
It was the not the one that you saw the last time.
Uh-huh.
It was the boss. This was like a day shift worker there.
So wasn't a young Mexican and a
No.
white girl?
Mm-mm.
Oh, so
The woman about
manager knows-
45 years old.
The manager knows me now.
Yeah,
Or knows the situation.
yeah, they know the situation. She apologized to me. I said, you could have called me when I was away and let me know that it was solved and you figured it out and shit like that.
Yeah, because it wouldn't help me. And fucking ruined my day. I was pissed. I'm thinking they fucking took my shit.
No.
Hey, you guys.
If you saw a unit that was empty, it wouldn't make sense that somebody would take a planter box and a fan
Because I need some
and
boots.
mattress.
It was raining. I had to wear these. Rain. It was like, that was horrible.
Yeah, well, this has been a very dry month, thank goodness.
So these boots suck.
Ooh, ooh. Is there actually still a Pizza Hut? I thought they all went out of business. I don't know.
Magic. Magic. Can you say hello today?
You know, we came to eat.
That takes a couple days.
Father never misses a meal. You can't get near him unless he's eating.
Yeah. Oh shoot, that's good. It freaked me out. I was waiting in the front and then they all came out front. And I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah, I saw you up at the exchange bank, didn't you? Domino's is 50% all pizzas, really? The cat's right just passed away. Wow, 20 years old cat? Wow. Fell asleep and went peacefully. Wow,
So how long has it been? It's been 2 months I haven't been to see my stuff. I've been.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking harsh.
Well, I'm probably going to be selling this place. Moving to Vegas. It's too much for me to upkeep here.
Do you like Vegas?
It's okay. Vegas or LA, one or the other. This is too much for me to keep up with this.
I'm gonna move up north.
Simba!
Well, there's some new remote on.
Card. I thought you were going to work in LA then, with the rebuild.
I'm gonna make some money on this job. Ramona's gotta let me send it to her. She's gotta save it. She's gotta get a place like that. It makes no sense for me to get a place here. The rent's expensive. Everywhere else is expensive. The money's gonna move up in Humble.
You don't mind the winters up there?
Doesn't rain anymore.
They even get snow, don't they, up there? Once in a while?
We did, yeah. It was weird, right on the beach. I'm like, Jenna, wake up. She lives like a quarter mile away.
What, so she could look at the snow over
No,
there?
because there's a dune in the way. Well, you can see the snow. I mean, I woke her up, it was like midnight. But sea level. Usually just rains. It used to rain all the time in the summer now. It doesn't.
Yeah, it seems a place if it rains, it would be like a really cold rain. Upper 30s and stuff. And just cold. She's married, right? She got married or something? Her boyfriend's there.
He's sick.
The baby father.
So, I'm sure she has feelings because she's been with him forever. But
You met the guy before, right? You never met him? Oh, okay.
she's always hidden from me.
Oh,
She might see me. She's nice enough, but I
I
guess
thought you met him the last time you were up
she's
there.
older now, so I don't know. She's not happy over there with his head. But now that he's sick,
She's got a big job up there.
but I think the governor's holding up the permit. Yeah, that food they like. So, money slowly like coming to me and down. Our governor's a piece of work. He's doing a land grab, moving all that lower. Maybe like Venice or Santa Monica.
Is that the governor or the county council?
It's the governor. All of the above.
Well, they vote for him. That's a blue county.
Yeah, all the big cities seem to be. Seven, eight. I have to catch that train. The train stops early.
They have to stay on the schedule, though. They can't leave early.
The last one in Windsor, I think, is 7 something. This one runs late.
I don't know what time it is. It's 7:04.
Yeah, this one runs a little later, but that one coming this way, it starts at 7:30.
They have a monthly pass or something, don't they?
I think so.
It's like half price.
I didn't think about that. Alright, so I'm gonna try, I want to come and see the cats tomorrow and I'll get some food. So, yeah, I like to mix it up. And I can provide them.
Well, you can see they're well fed.
You guys,
Magic is huge. He is a big cat and Skywalker.
we're still young. Magic's grown up. Tiger's older.
What are they building up in Windsor?
What's that?
What job site are you on?
Just like an apartment. I like it up there.
It's quiet.
Yeah, I don't think I could get a room.
Thursday
up there.
night they're having
I have to get a room down here.
Thursday night they're having the Christmas tree lighting up there.
Oh yeah, and take a train because Windsor's too expensive. So I just have to invest in the hotel room for a couple days. I'd rather sleep over there.
All right, well, I'm gonna head in. Just pull the plug when you're done. And say I got cat food here, but if you want to bring some,
Yeah.
that's all right too. Oh man, what is it in here? It feels like a sauna. What is it? 59 degrees. Yeah, that's nice. That be nice. All right. Ooh, that beer was good. Oh man. nothing got stolen or anything. That's a worry. Let me see what the temperature is. It is 59 degrees. Well, when you come in from 50 degrees, it feels really, really nice. Corky's like, 59 degrees in your house is just wrong. Thank you, Jim Rockford. These are vintage. These represent some of the greatest milestones in broadcast, high fidelity, and stereophonic and quadraphonic sound here. Because before the days of real broadcast stereo, before the engineer at Zenith figured that out in like 1963, you had what was called synthetic stereo, which was a very interesting thing in itself. Corky's like, 59 degrees seems wrong. But when you step in, Corky, and you've been outside, I already sang to Icy tonight. Mystery, why are you up so late? I did not, Jim Rockford. I wanted to buy a camera, but I noticed that they didn't really cut the price at all. It's like it was just the same. I couldn't find any decent. I couldn't find anything decent. Oh, you couldn't sleep? Okay, I get it. Ding dong, ding dong. Okay, well, the good news today, we solved the mystery of the storage unit. That was good. Maybe because you go to bed at 6. It's 60 in my house. I'm freezing. When you spend a lot of time outside like I do, then you come inside. It feels a lot more comfortable when you're, even though it's like 59 degrees in the house. It was like 49 when I got up today. So, just that differential in temperature does a good job in making you feel psychologically warmer. Happy holiday. I like the Corky's like, it just feels wrong. There's something wrong. I get up around, well, when I'm driving, if I'm driving someplace, I'll get up around 4:30 if I'm pre-packed the night before. Otherwise, I first start stirring about 6:30, 7 in the morning. 30 degrees too warm for Alaska. I don't know. It is really, how do you get up if you're working daycare or whatever with kids? It was cold there too. It's just been miserable. December is a very tough month, especially if it's crystal clear outside, which it is right now. And that temperature can absolutely plunge at night. Once the rainy season really comes in, then it doesn't really go into below the 50s or something. Work from 1 p.m. aftercare. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But you would be surprised how you can get used to a cold house. because when you've been outside, it just doesn't feel, when it's 10 degrees colder outside than it is inside, it feels like you've actually warmed up. I don't know if he left or not to unplug, I'm not sure. Goliath staring at me. Oh boy. If it's cold, just turn the heater on. Oh, I don't get sick. I'm good, Naomi. I'm good, honey. What I was saying, the differential in temperature makes you feel comfortable. I just don't believe in running heat in wintertime here. And I get in bed at night. I got my two smaller lightweight blankets, and then I throw that comforter on top, and it's beautiful. It's 59 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is in yeah, so I guess it's 15 degrees Celsius in there. Is Blackbird there? How he's doing? You think he's doing okay? He's working steadily up in the town of Windsor. He'll figure out a room around here somewhere to take. That's the best thing to do when you're a day laborer. If you're a day laborer, you can always get work. At least in this town. Yeah, we finally got the storage locker thing straightened out today. That was a mess. I'm like, well, you could have called me down and, you got my phone number. Yeah, we figured you'd show up sooner or later. Like, really? Crazy. Right there, we're going to live with the Asian lady in Vegas. There's a lot of rooms for rent in this city. A lot of people are looking to make extra money. And believe it or not, you make pretty decent money as a day laborer, especially in this county, because yeah, I don't like paying PG&E, PG&F. I'm just opposed to the whole way they run that organization. They just think people here are wealthy and they're just going to beat them into the ground with the cost of it, and it gets to be crazy. So go to bed, you're warm, you're underneath the comforter, you get up in the morning. Yeah, those first steps out of bed, they're a little chilly. Jump in that hot shower. Ooh, yeah. Get your good gear on. You are good to go. You are good to go. Tomorrow I got to get my allergy shot. I've accelerated that a week to tomorrow. So I got to remember to take take an allergy pill. Last time the reaction was horrendous on these shots. Are just awful. Yeah, PG&E is just a terrible utility. Yeah, the state is a problem too. We know. We know that. We know. You don't have to tell us, Carrot Glass. We know. But it didn't get destroyed in a year. It's going to take a while to get it straightened out here. But the problem is in this county, people never saw a tax they didn't like. They will vote like tax themselves to death here. Meanwhile, the educational system is shit. Yeah, I can play the guitar. Yeah, the Giants kicker went for the extra point and hit his foot into the ground. Yeah, you've noticed that the quality of field goal kickers and shit is collapsed over the last few years. What used to be a given easy chip shot is, yeah, I don't know, Kelly. It's just the quality of the whole NFL has gone downhill. Lower quality players, terrible year for the NFL, terrible. I know that the ratings are going to be, the ratings are lower. Yeah, they still might be winning the time slot, but the teams are just, yeah, I don't know what the score was. It was like 17-0. Hurts his non-throwing hand yesterday. Oh, man. Yeah, the 49ers won on their basis of their defense. And the only way that the Ravens are getting into the Super Bowl is sitting down Lamar Jackson and putting Tyler Huntley in. He, I guarantee you, will get you to the Super Bowl. $30-7. No, I don't. This will be the end of Harbaugh this season. Just like it'll probably be the end of Mike Tomlin for the Steelers this season. They've been around too long. They're not fresh enough. Well, say hello to my JBLs, James B. Lansing, right here, 1962. Yeah, well, they were chanting "Fire Tomlin." They'll say the same thing about Harbaugh if he loses in Pittsburgh or whatever. You know, you don't know which Ravens team is going to show up. They're just the one that eats shit on the field, or the one that they're just wonderful. Oh, they're. Do you have the Chipmunks Christmas album? No, I have the Andy Williams Christmas album. Dun, 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 dun. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Dong, ding, ding. And the hearts all are glowing and something is blowing to be of good cheer. It's the most wonderful time of the year. The best-selling Christmas album of all time. If you haven't hit the thumbs up button, please do so. It is very appreciated. We're trying to get to 100 tonight. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Lovely, hello, beautiful sunset from Bath and Body Works. Do 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 do. Sing about that Santa sack loaded with lots of toys. Let's blow a load tonight. Happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays, happy holidays. May the merry bells keep ringing. Happy holidays to you. I'm always seasonally appropriate, Corky. We just happen to have this super cold spell in December. I got to trash this fake lazy boy over here. This thing has had it. Frank Sinatra Christmas album. My favorite is Andy Williams. Do 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 silver bells. Do 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 do. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go ahead and close it down tonight. I want to thank you for being along. I had a good time. Tomorrow night will be Sebastopol. Yeah, the Charlie Brown. Christmas time is here. Do 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 do. You blockhead. Thank you, moderators, for everything that you do. I appreciate you. Just be good to see you tonight. Shemay, Jim Rockford, everybody else. Scottish Sarah, Ronnie, Corkster, Jerry, everybody else. Have a good one. Yeah, take warmer mittens tomorrow. Well, I've got the heat packs, but I haven't broken them out yet. Which reminds me, I'm going to need to take them on this Vegas trip because Tonopah is at high altitude, and baby, it gets cold at night. Going down to see the Clown Motel. Good night, everybody. Thumbs up are appreciated. We only need a couple more tonight. Thanks, everybody.